Hello, everybody. I'm gonna start the hackathon. So just need to confirm that you can see me. So just asking on the Slack. Awesome, great. So how does this work? Well, the idea is that you drop your questions on the Slack, as you know, and we can discuss about that. So maybe you have a question now, maybe later, maybe you ask, let's say, this afternoon something that was asked previously in the morning. That's completely okay. That's not a problem. We can explain it again. We understand that well, you can be in some sessions or not in others, and that's good. So depending on how many people we have connected, and how many questions we have, and we can do some things or some others, depends. But essentially, the idea is that you drop your questions on the Slack. I will be answering them in order, one by one. Okay. Sometimes maybe I need you to give me some feedback, like we have an error. So maybe I ask you to set a breakpoint or to give me some error log. So we are ready and we're waiting for questions. So what do you need, guys? Also, it is quite important to mention that the only way that I have to get some information from you is Slack. So after answering any of your questions, I will need you to drop a short message on the Slack just to confirm that you are okay with the explanation or you need any further details. Also to confirm that you have actually listened to me, because, well, we have this different channel for the video. Okay, so seems that Tom South is typing on the Slack. Also, something interesting to mention is feel free to participate in the conversation, not only on dropping a question, but maybe you can give an answer as well in Slack, which is perfectly fine. Okay, waiting for the first questions. Don't be shy. Okay, you can see there's like at least 3 people typing at the moment. Okay, so Jane is asking if I can take a look at the database. Okay, so I think, Jane, I can see your database, the image that you have based, and it's quite a lot of an overkill. Okay. So my advice, Jane, would be you don't need all of this. Okay. I've seen many times students making things much more complex than they actually are. The thing with these projects is that you can always have an improvement. You can always have an idea to make the app better or to add some extra fancy functionality that will be nice, definitely, if you were going to publish in Google Play. But if you do that, then a project that you can do in 1 week can be 2 months, can be 3 months, 6 months, can be actually forever. Okay, and that's not the purpose of the assignments. Okay, so you have in your database, you have the stores, so like you have different locations. You have the products, shipments that you have sent for your clients. You have person table, which we probably kind of your users, and you have even a wallet table, probably for charging the bills and everything for the product. This is like you have, I would say, 6 tables I can see for the project. You just need one of them, which is the product table. Okay. So my advice is do the product table, forget about the rest. Okay. And then submit your project, get certified, complete the nano degree and get your certification. Because otherwise you're going to spend a lot of time. Later on, if you want to obviously make the app better and publish on Google Play, there will be a lot of things that you can improve. And some of them are the ones that you have on the database. Some of them can be more visual design or functionalities that you may add, like sharing or, I don't know, or even chat with salespeople or something, okay, or support. But going to this kind of things at the moment is a bit crazy, to be honest. What I can see is the database roughly looks okay. So okay, so having a look at the DB roughly, like high level, the DB design looks reasonable to me. Still, as I said, don't overcomplicate that much. Okay, you are doing it like, let's say, 6 times more complex than it is, because you are using 6 tables instead of 1, which actually you have connections and you have primary keys and foreign keys and everything. So I would say you are doing like, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 times more complex than it is. I will advise to keep it simple for now. Okay, so Jane, can you please just type something on Slack? So yeah, so Jane, is Kakper Jankowski. Kakper, if you can just write a note there in Slack to confirm that you have listened to my explanation, that is reasonable to you. Yes, that will help me a lot. Okay. So then we have a question by Lorenzo Martinez. Where to get the icon material for the floating action bar? Not sure on what you exactly mean, Lorenzo. Do you mean the icon, the drawable that you're gonna put inside in the center of the floating action bar? Is that what you mean? So while Lorenzo confirms what he is referring to, I will come back to Casper. Well, what you need to do, Casper, is what is defined in the rubric. Okay, so that's your reference to what the reviewer is going to check, and what is the reviewer going to say if you are passing the assignment or not. So always, please, guys, keep an eye on the rubric. And actually, if you have a look in the rubric, you will see that there's no mention for an editor screen. If you check the Pets app, that is our example app, you have, I would say, 3 different activities. One is the list, then the other one is to add. Well, we say probably 4. Well, it's 3, but one of them has 2 users. So you have one activity that is both for adding a new pet or for editing a current pet. And if you check the rubric, it doesn't refer at all to editing a product, which is an extra that you can add with probably not much effort. But according to the rubric, it's not essentially needed to pass the assignment. Okay, so always keep an eye on it. Okay, so coming back to Lorenzo, he was asking about the drawable. So let's see. Well, obviously it depends on which drawable you want to use, but I will say, let me share something with you. So I'm gonna recommend this website where you can get a lot of drawables. So let me see. I can share this with you. Okay, so Lorenzo, check this website, and you can probably just like plus icon if you want, or something like that. So let me see if I can find something that works. But yeah, you can search there. Have a look at the website, Lorenzo, and let me know if you find anything that you like. Then you will need to check how to add the drawable to your res folder and everything. If you have any issue with that, yes, please come back and let me know. But for now, let's go step by step. I'm not going to explain more details, but before, I think the first thing is have a look at it, check if you can find an icon that you like, that makes sense for you. And then if you have any trouble using that icon, you don't know very well how to use in terms of format, like SVG, vector drawables, all these kind of things, we can go through that, and I can even share my screen and show you how to add it to your project. Okay. Okay. So we had a question by Tomislav Jack. So the question is. Okay. Okay, so Tom, you have the images to share in your global folder, and those are the images that you are saving on the database. I'm not really sure to fully understand your question. So, okay, so let me read it so everyone knows. So the question is, I'm using images from app drawable folder for saving. So could you tell me if it is okay to URI parse and content authority? Okay, so If you this way you are limiting yourself and the app to images that are already on the app. Okay, so you will not be able to add other images in the future unless you upload a new APK, a new version of the app, which is maybe not the best approach. Okay, and my understanding, you should take the pictures from the gallery or from the camera. No need to do both of them. As one of them will be okay. That seems like a much better solution, to be honest. Okay. Now, coming back to the question of this, considering that you have them on your drawable folder, then you just want to get the name of the, save in the database, the name of the drawable, and when you get the data from the database, you can just load it from resources. So I really don't know why you want to do URI-parse Android resource, because you don't need that. You will go to the database, and that you have the Android resource. Well, it will not be Android resource, but you will do a query, and the query will give you the name of the file. So the drawable is, let's say, product number 1.jpg, for example, okay, or .png, and that you have a string. That's it, and then you can get that resource that matches that string in a normal way. Then at that point, there's no database call or database involved. You have already called to the database, and you have already got the information that you need to be able to retrieve the drawable from the drawable folder. Okay, so let me know, please, if that makes sense, or if you are not completely sure about that. Okay, so coming back, so we have some more people. Okay, so, well, it's an interesting question. So Ben Skonja is asking, hi, Jose, how long will you be here? Okay, so the answer is, I'm going to be here for quite a long time, to be honest. So we are doing 4 hours today in the morning, which means that we will finish this session at 2. We will take some break, because I hope you understand that being here for 4 hours in a row is a bit crazy, and I need to stand up and stretch a bit. So we will have some break in between, but essentially the session will take up to 2 o'clock. Okay, then we will come back at 4 o'clock, and I believe there will be another session of 4 hours up to 8 o'clock. Tomorrow morning we will have another session, which I believe is starting at 11 in the morning and up to 3 o'clock. Okay, so it's going to be roughly 12 hours streaming divided in 3 different sessions. Now in the morning, afternoon, and in the morning tomorrow. Okay. 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 So we have yeah. So we have another student who is Daria Kalashnikova, and she was sharing another source of icons that she used in regards to the question that Lorenzo has asked before. So something to point out, Lorenzo and Daria, is the website that Daria has shared has the icons that Google has created. Okay, the website that I have shared, from my perspective, is a better option, because it has all those icons plus many more that have been created by different people in the community. Okay, so that will be, we'll say, better, because you have many more options. And also the website that I share has then in different formats, and you can download very nicely. Okay. Okay, so coming back. Okay. So we have some students confirming that they have listened to my explanations and they are happy with that. So, Tom, if you get the images, I think your name is not Tom actually. Yeah, Tom is Lab. Yeah, Tom. So if you get the images from the gallery, you can just do a quick search and you will find some tutorials on how to create an intent that goes to the gallery and retrieves the bitmap and everything. Okay. So let me know if you need any further details on that. Okay, so we have some Daria is typing in Slack now. Yeah, regarding the size of the icons, you are downloaded vector drawbles. Okay, there's something nice with vector drawbles, and is that as you probably know by now, you should know by now actually, is that when you have a drawable, you will need to have different versions and different sizes for different screen densities. Okay. The thing with vector drawbles is that they can scale nicely, and you don't lose any quality on it. Okay. So in the vector drawable, you have the size in dp, width and height. So if for some reason you download a version of the drawable is not the size that you want, you can change that in the file, in the XML, and that's okay. Yeah, so there he is, typing again. Okay, I'm gonna share something else with you. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna share with you now this documentation about icons. So there's a lot of detail here, and you probably don't need that much, but sometimes it's good that you have a look at it just to get some extra knowledge on what a good icon is and what's not. So these are the guidelines for icons. And in that website, you have guidelines for many more things that you can check. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen, I believe. So, okay, so I think okay, so I'm gonna start, as I go in order, I'm gonna start with this. I'm gonna share my screen. And I'm going to show you how to add something from this website. And I'm going to show you how to resize them. And I'm going to show you how to change the colors as well. Okay, because that's pretty easy. Okay, so let's see if I can share my screen here. Okay. Okay. Can you please confirm? If you can please confirm that you can see my screen that I'm sharing at the moment. So you should be able to see my Android Studio, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is the pet app. So let's see where in the pet app. I believe probably in the. Actually, why is this not compiling? Okay, there was a typo there. Okay, so let's go to the catalog activity. Let's see what is the cloud action button. It's this one, and this is in here. Okay, and here we have a drawable. Okay, and the drawable is this one. So this drawable is in different sizes. Okay, but let's say we want a different one. Okay, so let's gonna modify the app to get another one. So the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna go to this website that I recommended, and let's say we want maybe let's say this one. Okay. Okay. So here you have different sizes. You can download as a vector drawable, as SVJ. You have different sizes, white, black, different PNG sizes, which are these different sizes. So you need to know which size in DPs is the right one. So for that, you will need to check documentation. You can download it as a package and everything. Advanced Sport if you want to tweak and make your own color or something, but that's not really needed. Okay, so let's gonna take this one, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna there's two ways that I can do this. Okay, my objective here is to use a vector draw. Okay, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna download an SVJ, and the reason for this is it's very nice when you have a vector drawable. You put it in your project, and everything is really cool. But sometimes you don't have a vector drawable. In this website, you do, but let's say you're working in a company, and your designer doesn't give you a vector drawable. He gives you an SVJ. So you need to convert the SVJ to a vector drawable. Okay, it's very easy. I'm going to show you how to do it. So the reason for this is instead of downloading the vector drawable, what I'm going to do is I'm going to download the SVJ. I'm going to show you how to transform it into a vector drawable. Then we're going to put the vector drawable in place, and we're going to play a bit with it. Okay, so this is the SVJ. This is the code for the SVJ and the file. But what we want is probably this. So download the SVJ. Let's now download it to my downloads, and I'm gonna come to Android Studio. Okay, so I come to my res folder, and I will right-click and say new vector asset. Okay, and for this vector asset, I can use an icon that I already have, or I can get a local SVG or PSD. Okay, so essentially I will find it on my downloads folder. It should be here. And this is probably this one. Okay, and here it is. Okay, I can adjust the size here, or take the original size of the file, which in this case is 24 by 24 dps. And I will keep it like that. Click next, and this is going to count into drawables. There we go. I imported. So now Android Studio has converted that SVG file into a vector drawable. That will be the vector drawable that we could have already downloaded, but we have done this way just to show the process. Okay, so this is the vector drawable. So in the meantime, I'm gonna see if there's anything here. Sorry. Okay, so continue with the sharing. This is the vector drawable. This scales to any size. Let's say that for some reason I wanted it in a different size. I can just come here and say 3060p by 3060p. Okay. The idea is that you don't change it in the code. If I go to the activity, I can now use this. And now, as you can see here, this is the plus button is there. Okay. So I'm just gonna zoom this so it's visible. So here it is. Okay, but this is not so nice. Okay. Well, first of all, let's go step by step. You know that this is in drawable. It's not in drawable HDPI. It's not in drawable MDPI. It's only in drawable, and it's only one file. And it's a particular tiny file. It's not big in size. So the advantage, or one of the advantages of the icons of the vector drawables is they scale. So we don't need different versions. We are okay with one. Okay. Now let's say that for some reason you have downloaded this in black and you want it in white. Okay. Well, or you want it in a custom color for your project. Okay. So what do? So this is very simple. You actually come here, and this is the color. So if I want it in red, I would say, for example, there we go. And this is my icon. It's now in red. Probably in the catalog, it will not show very nicely in a red color, but you can see it has changed. I can try another color, like for example this. There's a yellow, and here you see the icon is now yellow, which is very easy. Okay. Then we have another scenario in which the color of the icon is not the same everywhere. Okay, let's say we have this plus icon, and if in some activities, in some layouts, has some color, and in some others, it has a different color. So the thing is, what do you do in this case? Okay, well, you can duplicate this file and have one in one color and one in the other, but that doesn't seem like a particularly good idea. Okay, so something that we can do is tint the vector drawable, which is also quite interesting to do. And how we do that? Okay, let's. I don't know if I can tint on the floating action button, but let's try. Why not? So tint. There we go. And now I'm gonna say my color primary. Field, obviously, but let's say that's gonna let's say blue, for example, and there we go. It's blue, right? And I have not needed to change it here, so it means that I can. Here is I don't need to put a color here. Actually, it can be just the normal white or black. And then in every place where I want to use it, I can tint and give it a particular color. Obviously, if I'm going to use the same color everywhere, I will give the coloring here in the icon rather than being tinting in everywhere, because what's the point of having the tint to some color repeated all over and all over in my code, where I can just change it here and it will apply to everything, okay? But the tint is good if you need the same icon in different colors in different places of your app, because you can specify for that place which color you can use, okay? So, questions before I stop the sharing and I jump to the next thing? Okay, is everything clear? If it is, I will come back to the next question. Is everyone happy? Can you please? I need some feedback. And the only way I can get some feedback from you is Slack. Sorry. So is everyone happy with this? You want me to repeat any particular part or step that I took? Okay, seems like things are okay. Stefus is typing. Okay, so I'm going to stop the sharing. Okay, so it's related to this, but I know there's some question above, but because it's related to this, I will go to this question first by Stefan Schaffer. You don't need to store the drawables on the database, okay? There's no need of that at all. You are gonna use images, not well, it would be not vector drawables, but you're gonna use images, proper images for your products on your project. So this is a tricky thing. You can take them from the camera or from the gallery, and what you can do is save a text in the database, which is, well, actually I'm going to stop the sharing so you can see me, which yeah, here I am. So I was saying you can store the image on the database as a blob, okay? This has some advantages. The advantage is that if you put the text pointing to the image in the gallery, what happens if someone deletes the image from the gallery? Then you don't have the image, right? And that will not happen if you do store it on the internal storage, for example, or in the database as a blob. So there's some good things and bad things. If you put that on a blob, then obviously your database is going to be bigger, and you need to read the byte array that you're storing. That's probably okay if you are not using big images, okay? But that's something you can consider. You can save them in a server in the future, and then have a remote location that you get a network request and you download it from the network when it's available, store in a cache or something. The different options. For now, as I usually say, keep it simple. Probably the easiest way is you get the image from the gallery, so you get the URI, which means that you know which location the image is in, and you can store that as text in your database. When you retrieve the information from the database, you know that the image is in slash images slash products slash product number one .png, and you can retrieve that and show in your app. Okay, so now I'm going to some question that we had above that I had not forgotten about this, and it was a question. Yeah, it was a question by MHMD Barton. Okay, I don't know your name. Sorry, mate. So the question is there a way to import images to Android Studio and it automatically puts them in different resolution folders? So yeah, there is a way to create images. So let me share something with you. So the way that you will want to do is to use the Android Asset Studio. So let me share it with you here on Slack. So that is Android Asset Studio. And I believe you can also do in Android Studio directly. So yeah, here it is. So I'm gonna share my screen again. Okay, why not? But essentially, yeah, let's start by sharing the screen first, and then we can. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So can you see my screen? Okay. Just to confirm before I go ahead. Yeah, okay. So in Android Asset Studio, this has been here for a long time. Actually, it's very used. And here you have different options to get different things that you can generate. So probably you want to do like a generic icon. And here you can choose an icon, let's say this one, or you can choose an image that you have on your device on your computer. So for now, to keep it simple, it's gonna do this one. You have some options here that you can choose, like trim or don't trim, which padding you want to give it to the image. Okay, let's keep it like this for now. You want to see which is the size on the BP that this image should be. So essentially what you're going to do is you're going to have an image that is going to be big, okay? And you want the big version because you're going to resize it down. Okay, if you do the other way around, you have a small and you resize to big, you're going to lose quality, and that's not what you want. So you're going to ask your designer, okay, give me this image in, I don't know, full HD or whatever, in these dimensions, and so on. Okay, so here you can control a few things. So let's say like we want like this, for example. Okay, we can choose color on the background or well, on the tint in this case, because in this case we can do. And this is going to be the name of the icon. So this is going to generate all these versions. Okay, and if I click here to download, and I download this zip, and I extract it, this has already each version in each folder. So essentially what you will have to do is just as simple as, sorry, I'm just gonna try to extract this, but well, I guess you can, why is not, where is it? Where is the, oh, this one? No, not this one. So, well, essentially, where is the... Well, I cannot see the... should be here. This. Yeah. So this creates a REST folder. You can just copy this REST folder. I can do it, or copy the REST folder. Come to your project, and or maybe easier to copy these ones. Copy that to your REST folder, and there you go. So you have, you see, each version in each place. Well, there's another option, which is essentially is the same, but is you can right-click, say New Image Asset, and you can get this done similarly here. Here you have all these options that I show you in the website. So you can trim or not trim. You can get the padding, color, background color. Is essentially is the same thing, but this time ago was not part of Android Studio. Okay, it's gonna generate all this. You can decide if you want like in a cycle, if you want to add some other options. Well, it says an icon with the same name exists. So let's say the name. Well, here you can choose which kind of icon you want, and click next, finish, and now it's gonna be probably here in my folder for the launcher icon. That's essentially that. So stopping the sharing now. So is that happy? Are you happy with that image MD button? Okay, just getting some feedback. Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to scroll up to see if I have missed any question from any of you. Redlaw, who is Lorenzo Redaeli, was asking if the Android Global Importer is a good choice. I assume that you are speaking about the tool that I have just used. If you are speaking about something different, you will need to tell me what's that. But yeah, it's definitely a good choice. Okay, so we have a question by okay, so checking the Slack now. Okay, so checking if I'm missing anything, any question. Okay, so it's a question by Muir Halleran. So the question, let me check. I'm not sure to understand your question, Muir. What do you exactly mean? I mean, I don't know what the loader manager has nothing to do with the on-click listeners. So those things, I believe they are not related. So why do you think the loader manager has anything to do with that? Okay, so while you reply, maybe you can take a screenshot and share it. I don't know, let's see. Okay, so continue. Yeah, I already replied to this question. Okay, so Lorenzo Rodaeli was speaking about Android Drawable important plugin, but as I showed, you really don't need an extra plugin on Android Studio, because you can use the tools that I show when I share my screen. I really don't know this plugin. I don't know if there's any particular advantage, but these are the tools that I use and all people I know use on a daily basis as Android developers. Okay. Okay, so let's see, coming back. So Daria is asking something. Okay, so the question is, what is the way to save the data from the database if the app was downloaded again? Okay, so there's some automatic backup on the apps. So sometimes this is particularly obviously if the user deletes the app from your phone, then the database is going to be essentially lost. Okay, then yeah. Different scenario is that the user has the app and the app is installed, and then he changes to a new device. Okay, he buys a new phone, and then he transfers the data from one to another. And in that, Google Play is doing some backups of the apps that you have installed. When you get to the new phone and you add your Gmail account, your Google account, you have some option to download and restore what you had on the previous phone. Which I guess it applies also for the DB, although I'm not 100% sure, but most likely. Still, probably for a real world, having a local database might not be the best idea. I mean, if you want to do a solid app, probably what you're going to do is have a server, have a database, a remote database, an API, a REST API or something you can call to, and you get synchronized in the cloud. You can use, for example, Firebase, which is NoSQL, but it's free and it's real-time database, works very nicely and it's not difficult to use. So essentially, every time the user has any change anything on the products, in this case, that is going to be synchronized with Firebase or whatever remote or cloud database that you're using, or your server. And this is good because this will allow you to have different users using the same database, right? Because if you use a local database, then there's no any other user who can use this. And obviously, let's say that you have a shop or a company and you sell products, and then you have different branches and you have shops in different cities, and you want to check a stock about something in your warehouse. You cannot do with a local database because the database needs to be shared with all your branches or your leads or your salespeople, whatever. Okay, and if you have a number of items for a product and you sell them, then the guy in the other branch cannot sell them because they are not there anymore, right? So you will try to synchronize things. So I would say probably try Firebase if you want. It's not SQL. It's a different type of database, but it's cloud. The other way will be if you have your own server and you have the database there and you can make network requests and all these kind of things. But obviously that is a bit more complex, and you will need to build all the part on the server side, which may be a bit complicated. Okay, so that's what I would say. If you decide to have a look at the Firebase, you have a Firebase course in Udacity. Remember that a few things, that all the courses in Udacity are always free. I mean, the contents, the videos are free. Okay, and in Udacity they have a number of courses, and some of them are part of the nano degree, and some others are not. Okay, so if you go to the catalog, you will find the Firebase course, and I think it's called something like Firebase in a Weekend. So you can get started with that, and maybe get your database in the cloud. That would be really cool. Okay. So coming back now. Okay. Yeah. So waiting for Muir to explain a bit more on what he was asking, because I didn't fully understand, or maybe share a screenshot of his error. Okay, Daria, nice to know you're happy with the explanation. So, okay. Okay, so don't be shy, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have any more questions? Okay, there's someone typing. Okay, so Muir has shared a screenshot. Okay. Okay, where is your what is this class, Muir? This is I guess this is an activity, and your where have you declared ordered item? Because probably ordered item, what's the type of ordered item object? It seems like it doesn't accept the on item click listener. You have I don't think ordered item is your list view, but probably it is. What's ordered item there, Muir? Yes, you're in an editor activity. And what is that object? What's type? Yeah, but can you type that line of code where you just share that line of code here, where you declare that item or that object. So in the meantime, I'm gonna reply to Amelie question, and Amelie is asking, do we need to bother for this app to support all images format like HDPI, MDPI, such or not? Oh, she deleted the question. I don't know. Should I reply to that then, or the message just went away? Well, I guess she doesn't want to ask that anymore. Okay, so it's an image button, but then if it is an image button, which is you don't need, your listener is wrong. You should have a set on click listener. You are doing what you are typing is set on item click listener, and I don't think that's what you want to do. The button as an object doesn't have a method to set an item click listener. There are no items. It's just it itself. So you will have to type set on click listener, same that you have done above on add one to quantity or subtract one from quantity and add image button. Does it make sense, Muir? Okay, so that type of listener, like set on item click listener, is not, for example, for a list view. Okay, in a list view you have items that can be clicked, and then you perform an action on that. But the button is just itself. There's no items that are kind of related to it. Okay, so Muir, I would like to give you also some feedback on your code, just to give you some extra thing. For example, the object that you have on the top, the first one is in the screenshot is add one to quantity. Okay, so add one to quantity as an object in a real world doesn't seem to make sense conceptually. Okay, an object can be a car, an object can be a product, can be I don't know, a table or a house, or I don't know, many things. But how do you define an object which name is add one to quantity? Okay, that is more like a verb. It's not a name. It's an action, right? So you cannot define an object that is called swimming, or that is called listening to music, right? You can define an object that is the music player, but an object that is listening to music doesn't seem to make sense conceptually. Okay, when we write a code, we need the code to be easy to read, easy to understand, easy to reason about. Okay, and it's going to happen to you in the future, all of you, that you write a code that is this code I wrote myself. 6 months later, you go to read the code and you say, what did I do here? Okay, so now imagine if this is going to happen to you. Now imagine what could happen if you are reading code that you didn't write. Okay, so you imagine yourself working in a company as an Android developer, and there you work with other people, with other developers. This code was written by someone who maybe is not even working in the company anymore. Okay, so it's important that when we write a code, we give meaningful names to the things that we write. And that can be variables, that can be methods, the classes that we create. Okay, let's say you have a class that is editor activity. Well, I can guess more or less what editor activity is supposed to do without having a look to the code inside it. But if to that editor activity, instead of calling it like that, you call it listen to music activity, well, I can probably guess what it is, but my guess is going to be completely wrong. Okay, so the naming that we give to things needs to be a bit more meaningful. I know it seems obvious, but so I see in your code, in the screenshot that you shared, I can see that the names of your variables are a bit like not the best. So at one to quantity, I don't think there's going to be any developer in the world that is going to fully understand what it is. Okay, it's an object that adds one to quantity, but what is this object? It may be more reasonable to call it increase quantity button, for example. And then the other one that you have, subtract one from quantity, maybe call it decrease quantity button as an example. You can probably come up with some better ideas, but you get what I'm trying to say. That is going to make your life easier in the future, okay? And I hope this feedback is helpful. Sorry. So going for the next question, Muir, I hope you were listening to me, and yeah, you are typing, so I guess you are. If you can confirm that you are happy with the explanation. So going to the next question here, let me read. Yeah, okay, so Lorenzo Radaeli is asking about on request permission resolved and on activity resolved. Okay, I will start explaining on activity resolved, and in the meantime, I will ask you, Lorenzo, I'm not really sure why you need on request permission. Okay, yeah, I get what you're trying to do. Yeah, okay. So there are two things here. Okay, so let's go one by one. On request permission resolved, the reason for this is the following. In all the versions of Android, okay, before API 23, so it's up to API 22, the app defines some permissions, and when you install the app, you were saying you agree with those permissions, okay? And then the app had those permissions. And those permissions can be different things like internet, like external storage or internal storage, or write or read, or can be get location or get device information. There are a lot of different permissions, okay? So we have two different scenarios here with permissions. One is before API 23, and the other one is 23 and later, okay? The first scenario, with let's say the old days, time ago, what we were doing is we define the permissions on the Android manifest. When you install the app, as I said, the app gets those permissions and can do and perform certain actions, okay? Maybe I-23, which is, I believe, Marshmallow, it changed, and the permissions got into different categories, okay? One category is dangerous permissions, okay? Those permissions, the app cannot get them when you install the app, okay? The user has the right to choose if he or she wants to allow the app to use those permissions or not, okay? So then the scenario is completely different, because for all the apps or for all the versions of Android, the app had the permission. If the app wanted to do something, and it had obviously declared the permission on the manifest, it could do it. It had the permission. The permission was granted. That's okay. But for those dangerous permissions on API 23 and later, the app may not have those permissions. So you are going to perform an action that is, in this case, read what is on the gallery, okay? And that's external storage. What happens if you try to read that to perform the action that requires those permissions, and the app does not have that permission, okay? So if you have more or less a reasonably new device with a reasonably recent Android version, which will be Marshmallow or later, which is Android 6 or later, you probably have noticed that sometimes when you install an app and you try to do something, the first time that you try to do that, the app comes with a pop-up saying, would you allow permission for this app to use location? And you have the option to say yes or no, right? And that is on request permission resolved for, right? That is you need to check permission on runtime. So that is called, Lorenzo, that's called, I type in on the on Slack. That is called runtime permissions from API 23 onwards. Okay, and for certain permissions, and that includes the read external storage, that is the one that you need to retrieve the image from the gallery, you need to check every time that you're going to use that permission, you need to check if the permission is allowed or not. And if it's allowed, then you will be able to perform the action. Otherwise, you will not be able. And the user can go to settings and can deny the permission. They can, I granted this permission, but I changed my mind. And then they can go to settings, deny the permission. And then when you go again in your app, maybe now the permission is not allowed, it's not granted. And so that's why you need to check every time. So let me know if you need any more information about runtime permissions. But essentially it's this, the flow is a bit more complex, okay? Because there are different scenarios, like if you have asked before, if not, if the user has the option to say, never ask me again, because obviously, as I said, you need to check every time. If the user says no, then you ask again, and you ask again, and you ask again. So there are different flows that you need to take into consideration. But for now, at this level and this stage of your learning, is enough with you doing like the standard basic check and having the pop-up there. Okay, so going to the other part of the question, which is on activity result. This is a completely different thing, okay? So on activity result, the idea is that you open a second activity, okay? And you want that second activity to send a result back to your first activity. I mean, so in this case, what you are doing is you're going to open the gallery or some thing to choose the image that you want to get. And when you close, when you go back, you come back to the activity in your app. You need to perform an action depending on what has happened on the other activity. Okay. So what you do is you instead of doing a start activity, you do a start activity for result, and you pass a constant that you can retrieve later. Then when you come back, you need to check when you come back from the second activity that you have opened with a start activity for result, this method that is on activity result will be called. Okay. Then you need to perform some action there, because, for example, it can happen that the user has decided, look, I don't want to choose an image now. I have thought about that and I don't want it. So when you come back to your activity, it may happen that you are not receiving that image. Normally you will do, but you will need to check if you have, what's the result. If the result is a result cancelled, is a result okay? There are different options, and with that you will continue your flow on your logic. So let me find for you some example. Okay, so let's see if I can find an example that I can share with you, which is reasonable and straightforward. Yeah. Okay, so I think this one will do. So okay, right. So that is an example, but essentially is simple. Is you use that activity for result, and then when you come back from the other activity, the on activity result method is called, and then you can choose what you do depending on what's the output from the other activity. Okay. Okay. So coming back to okay, so Alexander Rustkov is asking, should we provide some dummy data from the inventory app? And if so, does this mean that we should provide some drawballs for this dummy data for the more detailed view of the product? Okay, so you can put dummy data if you want, similarly as it was done in the pet app. That's completely optional. There's nothing in the rubric that said that you have to do that. I will say it's handy if you do, because you can test and check that you can add things. That's probably going to be good. For the drawables, you are not really going to use drawables. This is a bit tricky thing. And it's like you're going to use images, but not drawables in the sense that we speak about them for the things. It's not a drawable. Is more like an icon or something that you're going to put in your app, and then you need to scale the different screen sizes, right? But this is not drawable. It's going to be an image that you're going to get from probably your gallery. Okay, so you're going to open your gallery with a start activity for result with some particular configuration in the intent, and then you're going to retrieve the image from there. Okay, and that's the image that you're going to use. It's not going to be a drawable that you have in your drawable folders. Okay, and as I said before, you can choose to store the image or store just the URI location where the image is. Okay, it has its advantages and disadvantages. Its approach. So for now, I would say saving the URI, I mean, it's like the location where the image is good enough. Obviously, if the image is deleted from the device, then it will not be found, which can happen. But for the assignment, you should not be worried about that. Okay. So Alexander, please let me know if that is good for you as an explanation. So continuing in order, let me see who's next. Okay, nice to see Muir is happy with the explanation you had for him some minutes ago. Yeah, Lorenzo Radili was asking, that code is assuming that it compiles and is correct. Seems like it's the kind of thing that you need to do. Okay. Okay. So. Okay. Okay, so it seems that we don't have any more questions at the moment. I was planning to have a break in about 10 minutes time, 11:30. So please let me know if you have any more questions. Okay, waiting for some questions. So let's see. Well, Alexander, I think I replied to you. I don't know, maybe you were not listening before. That's completely up to you. I believe there's nothing in the rubric that said that you need to have an option to include dummy data. But I will say it's probably a good thing to do, because in terms of effort is just one method, and it will help you to test and to see that everything is working fine. So it's not a requirement, but obviously in a production app, you will not have the option to grab dummy data. But now that you are in this phase of development, it's not going to do you any harm, and it's going to be probably beneficial and helpful. So this way you can also test very easily that you are doing the thing properly, and actually when you insert the data, you get your list populated, which is good. So, but it's like completely up to you. Okay, so yeah, so this is an interesting question. So Ivanova is asking, do we need to include an email of the supplier in the database? Well, to be honest, no, you don't need to do that. It's not a requirement. The requirement essentially says that you need to have, according to the rubric, I'm speaking by memory, check the rubric please, but I'm speaking by memory. You need to show a list that has the name, the price, and the quantity, I believe, plus a button, but in terms of data, that would be the three things. And there's also then the detailed activity will have the rest of the data. But there's no information about what that rest of the data is. It can be anything, okay? But the other thing that they say is that at some point you will need to add an image. So at the bare minimum, I will say is the quantity, the name, and quantity, name, and I don't know what was the other I said before, and the image. For the rest of things that you want to add in the database, my advice is, well, take it easy and don't go crazy, okay? Probably you want to add a description. Probably you want to add maybe, I don't know, the name of the manufacturer. Let's say if it's a product by this brand. And you can add the email as well. But you can grow and you can add 1 million more rows of data. And that's not the point, okay? So I think if you added the email, that's okay. But you don't need to. There's no, it's not compulsory, but probably it makes sense. So I will say if you add the email of the company who's selling that, probably the description, let's say the name of the brand, that would be okay. Yeah, you could add the product number, to like 1,000 things. Just don't go crazy, okay? Just add 2 or 3 more fields and take it easy, okay? Because I've seen from experience that many times we try to make it nicer, better, and then we overcomplicate, and that's not the point, okay? So yeah, that's it, Ivana. Alexander, are you actually watching the streaming? I believe Alexander is not watching the streaming, which is not good. I'm gonna share the link again on the Slack. Okay. So we're gonna take 15 minutes break, roughly. Okay. I'm going to rest a bit and stretch and stand up, because 4 hours here sitting down is too much. So we're gonna take a 15-minute break. You can obviously continue working. That's completely up to you. Alexander, if you were not connected to the video streaming, you can move the video back and forth and re-listen and re-watch the relevant part where I was explaining about that. But still, if you have any more questions, just feel free to drop it here. You don't need to wait until I come back to drop questions, okay? If you have a question, you can just drop it here in the Slack, and when I come back in around 15 minutes time, I will start with that, okay? So see you in a bit, okay? Keep on working, and I really hope we can take your projects to be submitted by the end of tomorrow. That will be super nice. And well, this is actually the last project, so you will be finishing the nano degree. That is really amazing. So see you in about 15 minutes time. and speak soon. Okay. Hello, everybody. We are back after the break. So let's see if we have more questions. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we have a couple of people type in already. Okay, so Daria and Moir are typing now. Okay, Moir, just let me know if you need any more help, and I will give you a hand. See. Okay, no specific questions for now. Remember not to be shy. We're here to help. That's okay, Moir. And I will be here this afternoon as well and tomorrow morning. So I'm glad to help you guys. Okay, so Daria is asking if there's a way to implement a slider to increase or decrease the quantity of the availability for that product. I don't think you can do like that, because the slider will have a set values. So what if you want to increase more than that? And also the slider is, from a UX perspective, the way that you slide here and there, it's not so nice to get into slide to the right amount that you want. So maybe from a UX perspective, it's not the best idea. You may probably get it to work, yeah. So you can change the value in the slider and then have a listener. So when the value in the slider changes, you make the update to the database. That's it's doable. But as I said, it has a couple of problems that I can see. One is, as I said, you slide one side to another. This is not so sad. You may not be doing the right thing. I will definitely go for the button for that. And also, as I said, it's like your slider is on the top, on the extreme side of the slider is going to be a value. But what if you want more than that? You may have a problem. So it's true that the slider will not go to negative if you set it up properly, but you will, let's say, in order to not to have to worry about if it goes negative and make your life easier, you're going to make your life a bit more complicated in a few more other things. And I don't think that's worthwhile at all. At the end of the day, it's going to be more problematic, the problems that you're going to have, than the one that you have solved. So I will go for the button, definitely. Okay, so let's see what we have next. Yeah, so Muir is asking about the times. So we are finishing at 2, Muir, and then we have 2 hours for lunch, and we will come back at 4, and we will be here for another 4 hours. So we will be finishing at 2, and then we will do 4 to 8. Okay, that's the timetable for today. Okay, so waiting for some more questions. Remember not to be shy. Okay, so Muir is typing. Okay. Muir, you can just open the streaming again. That's okay. Okay, so questions. Okay, so we have a question by Alexander Raskop. So the question is, how can we distinguish on list item click from on sale product view click, which is inside list item? So you have essentially you have a layout, which is defines how the items are displayed for each individual entry of the list. Okay, I'll say for each row. And in this layout, you have, let's say, I don't know, the parent, maybe you have defined it as a relative layout or linear layout, depending on how you have done the design. So on that top level, you can give it an ID. So you can get that layout find view by ID. And then you will set a listener in the list view that will be set on item click listener. Okay. As a different thing, you will have the button with an ID, and you will similarly do the find view by ID. And for that button, you will set an on-click listener. So one of them you're going to set an on-item click listener. Sorry, this is not correct. You would set an item on-click listener not for the rows. You will set it for the list view, and then set an on-click listener for the button. So there are two different listeners, and depending on where the user is clicking, one of them will be consumed on the other. So the on-click listener is consumed, then it's not going to do the set on-click listener, right? So that is essentially the idea. So let me know if you have any problem implementing that. But there's essentially two different listeners. One on-item click listener for the list view, and then on-click listener for the button. Let's see. Question. Well, you may need that. I don't know if it's actually needed or mandatory to use that. But yeah, if you have any problem with the listeners with the click events, you may need to use focusable. I have used sometime, but not very often, and I have used actually for something different for to get focus, but I don't think that is mandatory. Okay, so Eva has added some comment to set the focusable false on the sale button, which is potentially, yeah, probably can work. Okay, so this Mr. Penny is typing at the moment. Just waiting for the next question. Okay, so Ben Sconia is asking, well, there's no particular questions on the project, so here's on a bit of topic. So the question is it possible to apply to a job with an Android Basics nano degree, or is it highly recommended to finish the Android developer nano degree first? So for this first question is, I will go, if you really want to work as an Android developer professionally, I will advise to go for the Android nano degree. Okay. Chances to get a job as a junior Android developer with the Android Basics nano degree, I will say, to be honest, is a bit difficult. Okay, In my experience, having the Android Nano degree, not the basics Nano degree, the Android Nano degree, will allow you to get a job as a junior Android developer, and it will not necessarily be easy, okay? But you are close to that. Considering that then the basics Nano degree is one step lower, it's a bit more difficult. You need to have into account that the basics Nano degree is more for people like who don't work professionally as developers, who don't have experience. You have started with the basics of programming. You have started learning Java. You don't have much experience. Okay. A company who wants to hire a junior Android developer may want and will want someone with a bit more experience, right? So I will recommend you to go for the Android Nano degree after you finish this. And once you are finishing or almost to finish the Nano degree, you will have actual chances to get a job as a junior developer. That said, I wouldn't say it's impossible. I mean, you can apply to jobs with your Android Basics Nano degree finish, and you may get the job. That is feasible, but your chances will be much higher if you do the Android Nano degree, and that will be my advice. Then the other question that you were asking is the Nano degree plus with job guarantee. Okay, that version of the Nano degree is not available in Europe. Okay, that version of the Nano degree is only available in the US for now, as far as I know. It was like that, and I have never heard that that has changed. The reason for that is that Udacity has a number of hiring partners in US, big companies that can come to Udacity and say, I want one of you graduates. Who can you recommend? And Udacity can move things for you in that sense. But that structure is not so much developed here in Europe for now. So obviously you are in Europe because these scholarships are for European citizens, right? So is it worth applying for the Nano degree plus? Probably it is. I would say yes, but unfortunately it's not available for Europe. So there's not the chance to do that. Something that you can do is try Udacity Please. So let me share the link with you for Udacity Please. So I will share this blog post by my friend Christopher Watkins, who's a senior writer in Udacity. And this gives you a lot of information about what Udacity Blitz is. Essentially, to take part in Udacity Blitz, you need to be a Nano degree graduate, okay? Obviously, you will have more chances to get accepted in Udacity Blitz if you have the Android Nano degree than if you only have the Android Basics Nano degree. And what Udacity Blitz is, essentially, you get into real projects for real companies, and you get experience. I don't know about the details on salary and things like that, but the idea is that Udacity gets the best graduates into real projects through Udacity Blitz, guided by a professional project manager with, as I said, real project, real deliveries, and it's a good way to get a lot of experience, real world experience that will open doors for you in the future. Some of the things that you may want to try is AngelList, that I will share with you in a second, the link for AngelList. So AngelList is a quite big site for startups. And change this with you now. And the way it works is you can search for the startups. If you find something you like, you can just click and say you like them. They will get a notification. And if they like you, they will click and then you will get in touch. So it can be also the other way around. This company finds you, they say they like you, you get a notification. If you're happy with that, you click and then you get in touch directly with no intermediates. Okay. This is a good place to get some remote work, some probably part-time internship. I myself finished my Android Nano degree, and I was not getting a job. And this is a real story. I mean, this is what happened to me. I finished my Android Nano degree, and well, I had not actually finished, but I have some good portfolio and everything. And I was trying to get a job, and I found it a bit difficult because there's a lot of competition there, and unfortunately in Android, at least in London is where I live, but I guess it's similar in other places as well. Companies want more senior people. Companies don't invest so much in junior. I think that many companies hire a senior developer who can land in the place and start producing for day one. While you are in web development, for example, you have a project that you've been there. The company has had that project for 10 years. The project can be there for 10 more years. Bringing a junior on board makes a lot of sense. But when it comes to mobile, it's a bit different because the projects are not so long. So you have a project for 3 months, for 6 months. The company needs to be renewing projects every now and then. Future is not so predictable. Investing in a junior is a bit, not everyone can do that, okay? So I found it that if you look for a job in Android, there are a lot of job offers for senior, for mid-level, for lead developers, but for junior, and percentage-wise in the market, the amount of offers is not so much. And at the same time, there are a lot of people applying for that small amount of positions, and it's very competitive. Once you are in, once you get experience, that's a different thing. So what I did is I found myself moving in cycles. So it was like, I don't get a job because I don't have commercial experience, but I cannot get commercial experience if I don't get a job. And I was moving in that bicycle continuously. And I was doing the interviews, and they were pretty good, and the feedback was good, but I was not getting the job. So what I decided to do was a 3 months internship, part-time, 100% remote, working from home, and unpaid, just to sort it out. And before I finished my internship, I had three interviews in 2 weeks, and all of the 3 interviews, they were offering me the job. So it's important that you try to move in the right direction, and that's my advice. If you do the Android Basics, the Android Basics Nano degree is designed for people who have never done any coding before, right? You start with the most basic Java things, and you will need a bit more experience or a bit more knowledge to get a job. So I will advise to take the Android Nano degree, which is not pricey. You know, the price is not too much, $200 per month. If you finish in less than 12 months, they give you back half the amount that you have paid, which is good. You get a lot of portfolio, a lot of experience, and then maybe you can try to do some internship or some paid job. Maybe you can speak with other people in the Slack here and get a team to work in a project together and increase your portfolio. So all these kind of things that you can do will always help you to get a job later on. More things that you can do that are helpful. There's probably some local Android meetup in your area that you can join. There's probably some conference, Android conference, annual in your country that you can go to and get some technical talks and start meeting people. So all these kind of things are things that you can do, and I will advise to give it a try. Yeah. So. Okay. Eva is saying most companies for internship look for freshly graduates from university. Well, I think it depends on what the company looks for. When you just graduate from the university, like in a computer science degree, I would say it's a completely different thing. Okay, what did you know? Which are your skills when you finish your university degree on computer science? Obviously, you have skills. You have learned a lot of things, but you have learned a wide range of things, and some of them may not be relevant for Android. Some of those conceptually are. It's a different type of learning. From my perspective, if you take the Android Nano degree, that is, from my point of view, is like Google considers that this set of things, right? This, which are like including, like, for example, the course for Gradle, the course for material design, these things, are the things that someone should know to start a career on Android. Okay, and I found in my experience that it is true. I mean, I found what I learned during the Android Nano degree very relevant. Okay, so if I'm looking for a job as an Android developer, probably the company doesn't need me to know about certain things that I might have learned in a computer science role degree, but expects me to know some things about Gradle, for example. So I think the contents are relevant, are what companies are looking for. Speaking about an Android developer, okay. Obviously, if you are looking for another type of role, then there are another type of courses. But I would say if you can, and if you really want to develop a career on Android as Android developers, I think you should take the Nano degree. That's my advice. Yeah. Okay, so Daria has shared a link for interns. Thanks, Daria. I know it's going to be helpful for the rest of students here. Yeah, something that I can say is that when I started with a nano degree time ago, that was a completely new thing. Okay, you say studying nano degree under nano degree in university, and some will say, oh, okay, fine, whatever it is, good for you. I don't know, but nowadays it's a bit different. Udacity has a big reputation. It's well known. It's well respected. It was well respected there, but we're not so known. I mean, if you speak with a recruiter, particularly, but nowadays it's a bit different. A recruiter knows what Udacity is, and because he has already had candidates who have studied at Udacity and placed them in positions, and the companies already know as well. We know what Udacity is. So you have an Android developer who's working there, and he receives your CV, and he knows what's that about, and he knows that is quality. And before that, maybe it was a bit more unknown. So I think that's a really good thing. And obviously, it's not a formal education in the sense of university is very focused on employability and get a job in the field. But as I said, people nowadays know and have experience with candidates or employees who have worked or studied in university. As for example, myself, I learned Android studying the Android degree, right? And thanks to that, I'm here. And maybe one day some of you can be here as a session leader. And thanks to that as well, I'm working professionally as an Android developer, and I get a salary every month, which is very nice to pay my bills. I do what I like. I enjoy doing that, and obviously, I speak about my experience on Udacity to different people, which is beneficial for everyone who's coming in the future with this certification. So, coming back to the main topic of the hackathon, which is the inventory app. So, any questions, guys? Is anyone stuck in anything? So we have a couple of people typing here. Okay, so Aljosa Copina says he has a silly question, but Aljosa, there's no silly questions. Maybe the answer is silly, but not the question. If you have a doubt, it's a good thing to ask. Don't be afraid. Okay. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna take Aljosa's question first. Okay, so but I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm gonna take Kyo Kuni question first, because actually I don't know what's the question of Aljosa yet. He's still typing. So in the meantime, let me see what Kyo is asking. Trying to give me 1 second, Kia, and reading this and trying to understand the question. I'm not completely sure of what you want to do, Gio. Is that you are trying to do some kind of, tell me if I'm wrong, some kind of thing, kind of such as an Excel table with with the headers, and then you plan to put the headers, and then you plan to put everything for each column below. Is that what you're trying to do? I need to understand this. Okay, so. So in the meantime, while you clarify this, I'm gonna check what Aljosa has asked. So okay, so Aljosa, what is exactly the question? I mean, you have an edit test and input type number decimal. The reason for the input type is the type of keyboard that is going to appear on the screen. Okay, so obviously, if you tell that the input type is number decimal, the keyboard is not going to contain letters, right? Because if you're going to type a decimal number, what's the point of having the keyboard with A, B, C, D, and so on, right? And that's the input type 4. But I really don't know if this is what you really want to ask. But okay, so okay, so before going any further, Aljosa, there where you sleep in that text box, just on the left, okay, you have a plus icon. If you click there and you go to the option on the top, this code of text snippet, if you share your code like that, it's much nicer, easier to read than if you paste straight in the text box. Okay, and also you can choose which language you are using. So this is really interesting to use that, and it makes easier for anyone reading what you're sharing. Okay. Okay, so let me see if I understand your question, Aljosa. What you mean is that you can write 5.50 or 25,50. Is that the question? Checking. Okay. Okay. So this is okay. The problem is, Aljosa is asking, is if he types 5.50, it works. But if he types 5.50, the app crashes. Okay, and that's just a number format. Okay, because for your system, 5.50 is not a decimal number. The comma should not be there. Okay, so let me Google something and share something with you. Mm, mhm. Okay. Okay, so to start with, in your case, it works with the dot, but it doesn't work with the comma. Okay, but for other people, it can happen that is the other way around. Okay, and the reason for this is that different countries have different formats. Okay, so some countries use the comma for the decimals and the dot for thousands separations. So like 5,000 will be 5.000, comma 00. And other countries do the other way around. Okay, so depending on which country is the language for the device, it will weigh one way or the other. Okay, and that's what you need to check. So for that, let me check here if I can find something that I can share with you. So probably using this one. Maybe that can guide you on where to go. So you need to check that the number is in that particular format. Although I think you need to do the opposite, actually. So I'm just trying to find a resource that can, yeah, probably this one. So this should work for you, Aljosa, as well. So obviously in the example it uses France. What you need to use is the locale for the device at that moment in time, because obviously the user can go to settings, change the locale, and say now instead of English I'm using, I don't know, French or German or whatever. So what you need to check is that the format of the numbers, of decimals, if this is comma separator or dot separator, depending on the device that you're running. Okay, so just 1 second. So check that, give it a try, and we see what we can do if you have another issue with that. So I'm coming back to Kio. So okay, so Kio, yes, so Kio, I asked you some question actually. So let me check again your question. Yeah, okay, so in order to give you an answer, I need to understand the question. So is it what you're trying to do? I'm trying to see is like kind of an Excel sheet, like kind of you have like a header with the name, quantity, price, and then you want to have different values in the next rows. Is that what you're trying to do, or is something different? Am I misunderstanding? So in the meantime, when you answer, yeah. Okay, so Kio, same thing that I mentioned to Adiosa before. You have the text box where you type your message. Okay, next to that text box, there is a plus button. If you go to the option on the top, which is code or text snippet, you can paste your code there, select the language, which in this case you have shared will be XML, and that will share that as a text snippet. and that's a much better way to share it. It's more readable for anyone who reads your code with all the uh, lines and everything. Is much better. So so let's see. Yeah, I don't think you should do that, to be honest, Kia. Um, I don't think that's a good approach. I have never seen anything like that, and more or less I can imagine why. Okay, the thing with your approach, like trying to make like columns, I will say is not a good thing. You can put a header in a list view. I can check how this is, if I'm not wrong. I'm remembering from a long time ago. But it will not be that kind of header that you are looking for. I will say that your rows need to have just the text quantity and the quantity and the name, rather than having it like in a kind of Excel sheet style. So I will not, I will advise not to continue in that, which can probably be done, but as I said, I have never seen any implementation that looks like this, and more or less I can imagine that it's not the way to go. Okay. Yeah, if you are interested, I can check how to put the header in the list view. Um, but should be. Okay, let me see if I can find an example. But I remember from really long time ago that that is possible. Okay. So it seems that list view has an add header view method. Okay. It's not very common to use it, to be honest, but you will probably need to do something similar to this I'm gonna share. This is what I found. I'm looking quickly now. Um, yeah, still it's not very common to use this, and I will advise to put the information in your rows for the list view, and I wouldn't use a header for that as a view. Yeah, probably you need to inflate the header. Yeah. Okay, just checking if I'm missing any question here. Okay, so we have a question by Agnieszka Tomkowicz. So Agnieszka, this you are suggesting or you are mentioning in the code that the mentor has told you is exactly the same thing that Aljosa was doing. The difference is that he's doing in the XML on the layout, defining that the input type should be a number decimal. And this is code that you have pasted. That's exactly the same thing, but in the Java in activity. Okay, but this is essentially the same thing. The problem that Josa was having is with formats of the number, because for some countries the format will be comma separated for the decimals, and for some others it will be that separated, and that's the thing. So that can lead to a crash. So you will need to parse your number considering the locale on which the device is running. That's a bit different thing. Okay. Okay. So can you, Agnieszka, confirm that you have listened to my explanation and you're okay with that? Okay, perfect. Good. So let's see what Alexander has. Okay, so I think that if I'm not wrong, in SQLite, you will have to define this as real, Alexander. So the question by Alexander is, the price should be a double or a float, and in the SQLite it should be a real. So I think in the SQLite it will have to be a real, and in your Java code you can use float or double. Doesn't really matter. The thing is that the precision that you need is not much. You're gonna have two decimals. That's it, right? So the difference between float and double is mainly the precision that you have on the number. So if you want to have a lot of decimal numbers, but in this case you only need two. So a float should work for you, and it's enough. You don't probably need to use a double, but you can use a double as well. It's not a big problem if you do. So yeah, so let me find some explanation here. Okay, so I can share this with you on Slack, Alexander, if you want to have a look at it. But essentially, it's what I say. I mean, the default is double. For this case, you can use a float if you want, or you can go stick with the default. The difference is the precision, and obviously that means a bigger number of bytes of bits being involved in defining or describing the number, depending on the case. Okay. Okay. So let's see if we have any question. Okay. So following a bit with the plan for the session, I'm gonna take another break. It's 1:45. So we're gonna and this I think is good now because also um, it seems that it's quiet. There's not many questions at this particular moment, so it's a good time to do that. So the plan is having a 15 minutes break from now until 1 o'clock. And after that, we will start again and continue from 1 more hour until 2 o'clock. So you can drop your questions. Remember that you don't need to wait for me to come back. If you drop your question here, I will have a look at it when I come back from the break. Okay. So Alexander is asking something now. I believe it's him. So Alexander, we're gonna take a break now, and I will come back to you in 15 minutes. Okay, you are the first in the list. So for now, just you want to take a break as well. That's perfectly okay. So see you in 15 minutes time, and we will go for the next last hour of the session. Remember that we finished at 2 o'clock, and we will come back at 4 for another session that will run until 8 o'clock. Okay. So see you in a bit, and I'm disconnecting now. Hello again. Back from the break. So just a quick reminder of the streaming URL. Link again. There we go. So, okay, so I'm coming back to check the questions. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so let's go first for the question by Alexander Ruskov. So give me a second to read this properly. So, okay. Okay, so well, the question is more or less when you use the cursor loader, it does not get control resolver. Okay, and Alexander wants to know why is this? Well, this is an interesting question. I never thought about that, and I don't really know how it works under the hood, but it definitely does the thing under the hood somehow, probably in the SDK. So if you check probably the onCreateLoader method on catalog activity in pets project. So let me write it down here. In the Slack. So in that method, in catalog activity onCreateLoader, in the pets app, example app, it creates the cursor, and it's true, it doesn't call to get control resolver, it doesn't call to query or anything like that. The thing is that the loader will create a background thread and will run that automatically. My assumption is that this is part of the SDK, so the method just needs to know the cursor loader, and then it will find out the content resolver. Take into account that in the cursor loader, the second parameter in this case is the URI that you want to query to. So essentially what it's going to do, probably somewhere in the SDK under the hood, is going to get the content provider and then is going to query to that URI that you have described in the cursor loader. So exact details on how it works, honestly, I cannot give you. But it definitely does that under the hood. And the only thing that you need is to return the cursor loader that you wanted to have the query for. Okay. Let me see if there's any other question here in your text. Okay, so Alexander is also asking about the Android manifest, and he's asking, does the cursor loader use the manifest declaration of a provider? I wouldn't say it's exactly like that. Is the cursor loader doesn't need to use the manifest declaration. Okay, it will call the content provider, but the manifest is for a bit different thing. Is you cannot use a provider if it's not defined there, right? So it's more kind of time of permission somehow. Okay, so it's like all the key elements that you are going to use in your app need to be defined in the Android manifest. Okay, so if you want to use an activity and it's not defined in the Android manifest, you can have the code, you can have the activity class, and you can call an intent to open that activity. But if that activity is not defined in the Android manifest, it's going to crash. Okay. So similarly, if you try to query a content provider that is not defined in the manifest, your app will crash. Okay. So my understanding is that it's not that the content provider or the content resolver or the cursor loader or anything checks in the Android manifest that is defined. What they do is they're gonna try to use it, and then because it's not in the manifest, they're not gonna be allowed to do that, and the app will crash. Okay, so I would say there's no any piece of code in the cursor loader or in the content resolver or anything like that that checks if the manifest is has that defined. It's just that it will not be able to use it. That's my understanding. Okay. Okay. So, Alexander, if you can please confirm that you are happy with the answer, and if I have missed anything or there's any point that you want more clarification, please drop me a line there in Slack. Okay. So we have okay, something by there, yeah. Yeah, well, Daria was asking the first part of the question by Alexander. Thanks, Daria, for the link. Okay, so any more questions, guys? Okay, Muir seems to be back. Typing now. Okay. Okay. So no more questions from Muir. Uh, Alexander is typing as well. Okay, we're just trying to save the data from the editor activity. So yes, let us know if you have any problem with that, or let us know as well if it works, which will be we can celebrate. So Alexander is asking if the deadline is the 25th of July. I believe it is. I can check with you for you and tell you something about that. But I will need someone to reply to that. But yeah, I believe that's the day. But let me confirm with some of my colleagues. Okay, it seems some of the students are typing and joining the conversation. Yeah, Statbot is Stavros Fotiadis is asking if we're live. So let's gonna share the live streaming again. So that's the live streaming, Statbot. Just join there and let us know. Okay, so Daniela is asking, this is an interesting question. The question is how we can actually check our created database file, okay? So there are a couple of things that you can do. One of them is there's some lesson on the course. So I believe it's the data basics on the storage. So it's like the first module or the first part that you have gone through before doing the habit tracker app, Daniela. And there they give you an option that is using the emulator, you can extract the DB to your computer and check the details of that. But I can recommend a couple of other options. So let me search for them very quickly for you. Okay. So okay, so I'm sharing this with you. Okay, so So this is something I wrote a few days ago, earlier this week, Daniela. So these are two libraries that can help you to inspect your database on the real time. The first one is very popular. It is made by Facebook and released as open source. The second one is maybe simple, but is very easy to use. So essentially, it's just one line of code, and then you can browse your database in the internet browser, your Chrome or Firefox or Safari, whatever you are using. Something interesting about this second one is that you can also inspect shared preferences. And the only thing is that you need the computer and the device to be on the same Wi-Fi network. Okay, so essentially, what it's going to do is to kind of create a local host that you can write in your browser, and you can open that website that it creates for you. And this way, you don't need to extract the DB manually from the device. Which is, if it's a physical device, you probably need to be rooted. And may not be the case. So that's why you will probably want to use an emulator. But with this, any of these two libraries will work well for you. Write queries and see how things are in your database very easily. Let's give it a try and let me know if you have any issue with them. Okay. So we have Aljosa has question. Okay, awesome. So, Aljosa, you have submitted the project for review. So cool. So that's really good. That's really good. So if you pass, then it means that you finished the nano degree. So well done. And I'm happy that my suggestion has helped you to fix the problem. Okay, so we have a question by Hilde Pols. Sorry if my pronunciation of the name is not the best. So let me see. Let me read this. Okay, so just to confirm, before I go ahead with the question, Hilde Pols, are you listening to the streaming, to the video streaming? Just to confirm that you are there listening. So the question by Hilde is about butter knife, and the question is when using a normal touch listener, everything works, but when using the butter knife on touch, it seems not to be working. Okay, so something I would like to ask you is, okay, so you have a on-touch listener that you have set on a normal way. So you have a reference to the view, and then you do your view that's set on touch listener, and so on, and that works. Okay. Then you have the other way, which is on touch with butter knife with the untouch annotation, and it doesn't work. Because so my first question here is, are you having both things at the same time? Because if you have both things at the same time, that can be the cause of the problem. I mean, if you put the on touch listener from butter knife, then you will need to remove the other on touch listener, the normal way to implement that. I believe that if you have both of them, it cause some problems. So just to make sure before we go any further with your question, when you have set the on touch listener for butter knife, have you removed or commented out the other listener, just to make sure we are on the same line? So, by the way, it was a question a few minutes ago. Alexander was asking if the deadline is 25th of July. I have checked with the team just to confirm. And yeah, the deadline is 25th of July. Alexander, can you please just drop a line on the Slack just to confirm that you have listened to this? Okay, so Hilde, do the other way around. Comment then the same normal standard way without butter knife, and then uncomment the butter knife one, and see if it works. Okay, thanks, Alexander, for confirming that you have listened to the comment. Okay, so waiting in the meantime to see if Hilde comes out without after testing that suggestion. I see that we have someone new joining the channel. So let's gonna share the live streaming again. Okay, so waiting for Hilde. Yeah, sure. Just take your time. I understand that you need to run it and take a few minutes. So just let us know when you're done with that. So it seems that the stop vote is typing as well. Yeah, Stanford, go ahead, drop your questions. Sorry, Stavros is the right name. Stavros Fotiadis. Stavros, yeah, go ahead and ask what you want to know, what you need to know. General questions are okay. That makes sense. Okay, so waiting for Stavros to drop his question, and we have Hilde in the meantime running the code with my change suggestion. Let's see what happens with that. Okay, so the question is completely outside of the scope of the hackathon. Okay, but well, I can. If there are no other questions, I can try to give you something on that. So you want to create an app that will read PDF documents from input stream and store the data in the database. So I would say that if assuming that you want to use a SQLite database in this case, you will have to transform that input stream into or that the file that you want to store into a byte array, and then you will save that byte array in the database as a blob. So remember that when you create a database, you have the columns, and the columns can be defined as text, can be defined as a number, which is like real, and one of the types that you can define is a blob. So I'm going to type it for you here on Slack, which is I don't remember the acronym exactly. It's like something like big large object something, or big large object, I think. Okay. So the way in which you save that into the database is you create a byte array, and you put that byte array into the database in a column that is defined as a blob. Okay, that's one of the ways we can do for images as well. Okay, so in this project you have to use an image for the project. Okay, one of the options is to get the image, which will be a bitmap, transform that bitmap into a byte array, and then save the byte array into the database in a column that is of the type blob. It is essentially the same, very similar to what you are asking, but doing with a PDF document instead of using an image. Obviously, if you put a lot of stuff in the database, if you have a large blob, then, well, it's nice if the files that you put there are not very big, but essentially that's the idea. Okay. In the case of the file, if you want to do, it's the same for the image that for the PDF. The other option is that you can get to know the URI, means the location where that file is, which for the project that we are doing will be an image, or for your case that you are asking will be the PDF file. So you know that that file is in a particular folder, and you know the URI where it is located. Then you can save the URI in the database in a column that is defined as text. When you query the database, you get the URI, and you can retrieve the content, image, PDF, whatever it is, from that URI. Okay. In the case of the image, there's a problem with that, is that you can do that. You can retrieve you can load an image from the gallery, save the URI in the database, but it can happen that someone or you yourself or whatever, the image has been deleted from the gallery. By the time you want to retrieve that, to go to that URI, the image is not there. Okay, if it's the PDF or another kind of document information, you may have the same issue, right? So you need to decide what you want to do. There's probably another option which is intermediate, and it's like you can copy the image or the PDF file to your internal storage. Okay, the internal storage is private to your app, and it cannot be deleted by any other app, because any other app will be able to, none of the app will be available to access that file. Okay, so you can take the bitmap, if it's an image, copy it to the internal storage, and then you can save the URI for that image in your database. Okay, the difference now is that you can more or less ensure that the image will be there, because it cannot be deleted by other app. Okay, so these are essentially the three ways that I will say you can use. One is saving the byte array in the database as a blob. Second one is saving just the URI where the image is located. And maybe you can improve that if you can copy the image to the internal storage and save the URI to the internal storage, just to make sure that the image is going to be there. Okay. If you use something more advanced, if you have a server, maybe what you will have is the image stored in the server. So the image is going to be there, and you will retrieve with a network call and load it to your app, which is also another option. For the purpose of the assignment, for the purpose of the project, the option to save the URI as a test in the database, pointing to wherever it is on the gallery, is good enough. I mean, I want you to understand the problem that is associated with this approach, which is that the image may not be there because it may have been deleted later on when you want to use it. And it might not be the best approach, but for the purpose of the assignment, is completely accepted. Okay, I will advise not to overcomplicate that. Okay, saving it as a blob in the database is not particularly complex. The third option, that is copying the image to your internal storage and then saving the URI for that on the database, is a bit more complex, because you will need to do the part where you copy the image and save in your internal storage, and you will need to see how do you actually do that, how you actually save something in the internal storage, and that will be a bit more of code involved. Obviously, the option to take it to a external server or something like that is probably not reasonable. So I would say go for the easiest one, which is saving the URI from the gallery as a text in the database. But remember, and that's why I wanted to learn, don't forget that there's a problem that it might not be there at some point. Okay. Okay, so coming back to Hilda's question. Okay, so Hilda needs a bit more time. No problem, Hilda. We're gonna be here. Remember, we're gonna be here until 2, so it's 25 more minutes roughly, and then we will come back at 4. So if for any reason you are not done in the next 20 minutes, that's not a problem. You can drop your question and we can talk about that this afternoon. Okay, so nice to help, Stavros. Happy to see that you like the question. Okay, so Hilda has confirmed that the issue with butter knife has been solved. So I guess that my suggestion of not being compatible, having it defined the click listener on 2 different ways at the same time, was the problem. Okay. Good. I'm happy to help, Hilda. If you get stuck any time during the rest of the weekend, I'm gonna be here. Okay. So just come again and drop a question if you need any help. Okay. So in the meantime, we have Eva typing. So let's see what she wants to share with us. Okay. So Eva has it's an interesting question, actually. So the question essentially is, Eva has noticed that her loose view is moving slow and not very smoothly. Okay, and the question is, should I use recycle view instead? Will that solve the problem? Okay. So the problem is not exactly related with list view or recycle view as an alternative. From my perspective, list view is a bit easier to use, and that's why you are using list view at the moment. The students on the Android Nano degree or fast track, they use recycle view. Okay, so let me explain a bit about this. So this view has been there essentially always, right? And recycle view is kind of an evolution of the list view. Okay, it's also an abstraction of the list view, and that's because of that it's a bit more complex to use. It has some advantages, and usually an Android developer will most of the time will try to use recycle view, okay, because it's more modern and it has some advantages. But as I said, it's an abstraction, and there are some things that in a list view are very straightforward. It's just one method that you do. And those same things in the recycle view, because it's an abstraction and it's more flexible, and it gives the developer some, let's say, more flexibility, more power to do certain things, more customized possibilities. Some things are not so straightforward because you need to be more specific about how the recycle view needs to behave. Okay. And I think that's the reason that because of which you are using list view, because as you're in the basics nano degree, taking you to a recycle view is a bit more complex. Okay, but in essence, at the end of the day, the behavior is the same. Okay, the problem that you are seeing with a scroll being slow and not being smooth is related with something that is called the beholden pattern. Okay, so I'm gonna type this on Slack. Okay, let me explain how the beholden pattern. Okay, how it works. This problem that you are seeing, you will have it exactly the same in the recycle view. It's not gonna using a recycle view by itself is not gonna solve the problem. Okay. So the thing is that during the process where you draw and inflate the views and show them on screen and populate with the right data as you are scrolling, you're doing something which is the find view by ID, and you do it over and over. Okay, so in your on bind view method of your adapter, that's the place where all the heavy lifting is done. Okay, that's the place where the views get populated with the right data. Okay, and in order to do that, you need to do the find view by ID. Okay. Oh, so you are using. Are you using Eva? Are you using beholden pattern in your list view at the moment? Because my understanding was you were not using by beholden pattern, and that was the cause of the lack of smoothness, right? But if you are using the beholden pattern, that should not happen. So I will say, okay, so you are not using it yet. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let me explain how the beholden pattern works. Okay, so essentially what happens is that you have a layout. In layout, you have a hierarchy of views. It means, like, for example, you have a relative layout, and inside the relative layout, you have a linear layout. And inside the linear layout, you have text view and an image view, and another frame layout has inside whatever. Okay, so essentially you have a tree that defines your hierarchy. Okay, and when you define view by ID, what the system does is traverse the tree, it's looking all the nodes until it finds the view that you're looking for. Okay, now what happens is that all the lines or the rows of your list are essentially the same. And you are, for all of them, every time you scroll up and down, every time you populate one of them, you do the find view by ID for all the elements that are there, and you are continuously over and over traversing the tree to find the view. Okay, and when you scroll, the system needs to do that, and that is the cause of the slowness, that is like lag on the move when you scroll. It's not smooth. Okay, so the view holding pattern essentially is a way to, let's say, save somehow those views, those IDs, so you don't need to do find view by ID over and over and over. Okay, and with that, your list will run smoothly. Okay, so what you need to do essentially is implement the view holding pattern, and you will not be able, you will avoid doing find view by ID every single time that the on bind view method is called. And as you avoid doing that every time, then your list will run or will scroll smoothly. Okay, so have a look at the view holding pattern. Let me know if you get stuck with that at all. Okay, and that will definitely solve the problem. Okay, it's true that if you get to very complex items, I mean rows. So you have a row that the layout is not particularly complex. It has 2-3 elements, 4 maybe. You have texts mainly. They are not big. They are not like huge. That is perfectly okay. If you have really complex rows or elements that you need to inflate, you may need to use some libraries to help to inflate that. But that is a completely like pro thing that you, it's like, I would say, you are not in the need of doing any of that. But and still you will need the view holder pattern, but it might not be enough from a perspective of performance as well. But yeah, essentially, Eva, go for the view holder. Let me know if you get stuck on it, if you find it doesn't work, if there's something or anything that you don't completely understand on the implementation of it, and we can have a look at it. Okay. So we have a bit less than 15 minutes to go, and we will be done for this session. And then we will come back at 4 o'clock. But is there any question, anything that I can help any of you for the next 10, 15 minutes? Yes, Eva, that's okay. Just go ahead with the view holder implementation, and remember that essentially a view holder is a must. I mean, you're gonna need it always. Okay. Okay, no questions. Okay. Okay, so trying to see if there is any other question for these last 10 minutes. Okay, seems that this is a bit quiet. Okay, so anything you want to speak about? Okay, so Alexander has another question. Okay, so the question by Alexander is how to assign on click listener on sale product view. Should be within on this item click listener. So I think what you mean, you are referring to, you have your list of products and you have the button to when you click it reduces the amount in one. So you will have to your reference in the, so the reference to that view will be in your adapter. Okay, so in your adapter you are inflating the individual row and populating all the fields there, including the button. Okay, so there in the on bind view, you are doing the find view by ID, which you should do in the view holding pattern with the right implementation, but essentially it's there, around there, whatever you do there on the view holding pattern only once. So there is where you have the reference to the button as an object in Java. And there is what you can set the on-click listener, okay? So you have two different places. One is the your main activity, where you have the list, and you have defined the list view, you have a reference to the list view, and there you can set the on item click listener. And that will be what happens when you click on one of the individual rows in your list, okay? And in the other hand, you have the button, and the reference to that button is on the adapter, because the adapter is the one that is inflating the individual row. And there is where you set the click listener to that button. Remember, if you scroll up a bit, you will see you will need to set the button to focusable false. So these two listeners don't get mixed with each other, and you can handle both things properly. Okay. Is that okay? Does it make sense, Alexander? Before we finish the session for the morning. Okay. So, Alexander, when you have the chance, if you can confirm that you're okay with that. Okay, how can I use horizontal scroll view with a list view? That's a good question. I would have to Google about that, but so before going any further with the with the answer. This is an answer by a question by Monica Santos. Sorry if my pronunciation is not the right one. So Monica, I'm gonna check this for you, but why you want to have an horizontal scroll view, or is this just curiosity, not related with the project implementation? Mm. Okay, so Monica, while I search, try to find something suitable for your question, um, can you tell me why you want to know this? Just curiosity, or is it that you want to implement that in the project? Okay, so I can see a couple of things. Okay, so it seems that to get an horizontal scrolling, Monica, in the list view, you may need to use some library. I have never implemented horizontal scrolling. Okay, probably the best option by far, with a big difference, is to use a recycle view instead, if you want to do that. So this is a link to Stack Overflow. So if you have a look at it, well, you need to, the best way would be to use recycle view. And in a recycle view, you need to tell the recycle view which layout manager you use, okay? So in this case, you will use probably a linear layout manager, okay? And when you create the linear layout manager, you can set the orientation to be horizontal, and that will create the horizontal scrolling for you. Okay, that will, I will say that's the best approach. Okay, as I said before, the recycle view is more advanced, is a newer, more modern way to implement the list view, but it's a bit more complex in a few things, because it's an abstraction, it's more flexible, and because of its nature, because of being more flexible, there are some things that are not so straightforward, because you need to tell the recycle view how you want it to behave, okay? And that is kind of a bit of an extra on the implementation, okay? But yeah, I would say that would be the best way, and also that will allow you to learn to use a recycle view in the future, okay? Okay, so let's see. Any last quick question before we finish this? Monica, are you happy with that? With my suggestion? Good, good. So it's 2 o'clock. We're gonna finish here the streaming. I hope it has been helpful for you, and I hope to see some of you also in the next session or maybe tomorrow. Remember that it's not compulsory to be here in all the sessions, but if you are working on your projects, it's good that you connect. Also, as an advice, it's not necessary to have questions to be connected. If you are working on the project, sometimes the fact that you are listening to the streaming on the background can give you some idea or clarify something that is going to help you. Or maybe later on you get into something and you don't get stuck because you have listened to me 2 hours before explaining something, and you already know how to sort it out. Okay. So looking forward to see to help you again later today or maybe tomorrow. And I really hope many of you can submit your projects by the end of the weekend, which in this case, for this particular project, will mean that you are done with your nano degree. So thank you very much, and I'm in the streaming now. We'll speak in about 2 hours time again. The link for the next stream will be different, but I will share it with you when we are close to 4 o'clock. Okay. Thank you very much, and speak soon. Cheers. Bye bye.